Alright, actually. Just a sec. Let's finish this warrior off. You know, the more I think about it, warrior is in quite much better shape. I mean, it's the only class that's gonna be in better shape. Nerfs abound. Yeah, the most disappointing patch notes. Wow, mirror has been dropping hard. Very nice. So 3, 6, 9, 13. I wonder why they hate percentage life and percentage mana so much. And you know, yeah, percentage mana, yeah, I mean, you had spark, but percentage life? Why? Why so much hate? Okay. Let's grab a few. Oh, I haven't realized. Oh, no, no. Oh, well, what happened? What did I do? I sent it somewhere that I shouldn't have, right? Wow. Okay. Didn't realize that. Okay, now. Let's grab some maps. Will I be able to handle that? Oh. Yuck. Mistake. So shall I just... Oh no, there is no need for me to take them to the grave. Whoa. What's going on? Do I have too much damage? Why are we so pathetic? And the cooldown. Let me find something with XP on it. Okay. Oh! Oh! 112 spirit. I'm gonna try a divine. Maybe it's a bit much, but I just will. Nope. There was like one thing in the patch notes that I liked, and that was being able to roll the regular runes into greater runes, which means they wouldn't be as rare as I thought they would be. What an ugly map. Experience. The little maps do give XP, eh? I'm not very sure if I want it. Bosses, the character is not very adept at handling bosses, sadly. Burning Ground Elemental Weakness combo. See? Oh, yeah. I'm somewhat afraid. Do we have too much damage for tier 15 maps? This is a little bit weird. Okay. Whoop. Death doesn't wait. Yeah, so I don't think this is a good measure of seeing how the character handles Burning Ground, because we have resistance reduction. It makes a difference, I dare say. Regal Spool. What a name for a rare. Regal Spool. Wow, that's a name. And amulet. Okay. Now, warrior actually could be a reasonable choice with the crap that is coming. Hold on. What happened to the hammer? I called hammer on top of it. Whatever is going on. Dead. Breach expedition. Yeah, guys, I mean, very, very, very disappointing. Every single useful unique item has been nerfed. Almost all of the skills have been nerfed. There are so few things that help us. And you know, taking at those patch notes, you would say, you know, that we were absolutely face rolling the game, which is not the case. I mean, only warrior has been buffed because it's so weak. And the thing is, the buffs are so small, so small. I mean, maybe like 10% damage overall, maybe. And maybe not even that, because, for example, Polymathy has been nerfed. The skill that we use to equip the hammer. Yeah, and as you can see, I'm now wearing a two-handed weapon and the hammer. I was able to get it to work. And guys, still, I did not override my principle of not spending a divine. I mean, I did spend the Exalteds in the neighborhood of probably a few thousand, so technically, I am technically correct, you know, the best kind of correct, so I didn't spend any divines. But, you know, the build is... So it's good for mapping, but it's very problematic at bosses, right? I tried my hand and I wish I hadn't. Extremely disappointing. But there is some nice stuff coming. I mean, the perfected strike missing, you know, you might have seen me failing with perfected strike, and you know, I was holding myself responsible, you know, I suck. Must be my fault. Well, it's in the patch notes now. It will not be missing right next to the guy. Its targeting will be made somewhat smarter. But yeah, guys, bosses are a huge problem. And I don't like the animation cancelling garbage. It always feels like cheating to me. But yeah, it's very powerful. Is that a rare? Hello? I mean, I guess I could get a little more powerful and kill the race without perfected strike. Or so what's so why do these have a red frame sometimes? Is it because of the endurance charge? Let me pay attention to that. They get empowered or something? Hammer of the Gods. What does it do? Oh, maybe that means ancestrally empowered because of this one. Yeah. So guys, also the trial of Tsekimas was terrible, right? I make a point of not receiving any help for my ascensions. It's a challenge I don't shirk from, but this time around I did have second thoughts about that. For the first time, I actually thought about. Hold on, hold up. Oh, Bone Shatter is not a slam. Oh, that's a shame. One shot, yes. If Bone Shatter is not so, I never thought that Bone Shatter was not a slam. That red frame made me realize it. So that red frame means that the next slam that I use will be empowered. And thing is, yeah, as I said, Bone Shatter is not a slam. Oh. I thought it would be automatically. Yeah. My mistake. Breach is also awful. You'll just observe in a moment. And guys, I don't think it's gonna get better with some more skill levels or a little bit more passives. I think it will have to be a different build. Okay, so I should unspec all of these. Because I went for these thinking Bone Shatter was a slam and Bone Shatter wasn't a slam. Well, this one, I mean, it's not big, but I guess it does do some help. Yeah. Your hits are crushing blows, that's unnecessary. That's useful, and that's getting buffed tomorrow, by the way, in case you didn't know. Huge buff, guys. Prepare for it. This goes from 40% to frigging 50%. And thing is, in case you didn't know, that's not a 10% damage buff. It's about a 7% damage buff. Because thing is, guys, when you have surprising strength, you are already dealing, 40% bonus damage, right? So your perception of the damage against heavy stunned enemies is 140, right? And it goes to 150, which means you are getting 10 on a scale out of 140, which is approximately equal to 7%. And take a look at this. It's only against heavy stunned enemies. So even the buffs are laughable. I mean, the biggest buff I have seen is actually not a buff but a nerf. They have nerfed the armor value of monsters by 30%, and that's again kind of a warrior buff, because armor is meant for physical damage only. So if you are dealing elemental damage, or if your majority of your damage is elemental, then increase stun build up. I mean that. So I'm definitely speccing away from these. Question is, do I go for these? 50% more armor. That's gonna make us much more survivable, or do I go for this? The only problem is, guys, your hits are crushing blows is, yeah, I mean, it does defeat the sense of the build, I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. The other two, I think. Okay, we'll also watch breach now. I mean, most I have been able to do was in breaches, barely not dying. I mean, why such, a very extensive amount of nerfs? I'm still quite unable to comprehend. As you can see, guys, best I can do is not dying. Proper breach farming is absolutely out of the window. Why are you casting like 4 of those, 5 of those at the same time? But yeah, I mean, as I said, the thing that I can manage is not dying. Okay. 86, that's gonna be of help. I mean, we have the mobility skills, that's good, right? Okay, the life's gonna be something mighty now. By the way, guys, any item, in case you haven't, so I have a video, right? Exclamation mark new. I will show you the link of the YouTube video that I discussed the patch notes, right? I tried to go fast as I could, but still, 50 whopping minutes. I guess I got too stuck on some changes. Yeah, I tried to go fast. I just don't have it in me to do that kind of stuff. Anyway, so guys, let me summarize it for you. For example, 4 uniques, right? Any item that was famous this season was nerfed. Very simple. Temporalis nerfed, Astra Mantis nerfed, Ingenuity nerfed, Dream Fragments nerfed. The Temporalis has been nerfed to very different levels, by the way. So obtaining it has been made almost impossible, and the item itself was nerfed. Auto bomber is gone, right? So that is one of the few things I do not actually object to, right? The build was broken beyond measure. It was a combination of weird mechanics that shouldn't even have existed in the first place. Yeah, so I do not object that one, right? But I kind of object the amount of extreme nerfs. Ingenuity has been, so guys, Ingenuity was overperforming quite a bit. Every single build in the game was using Ingenuity as a belt almost, right? So okay, that's annoying. But guys, so excessive. So, Ingenuity was able to roll 80%, right? Now it's able to roll 30%. from 80 to 30. You know, they said something, doing something about tablets, even that is, you know, I mean, they have been nerfed quite a bit. So we will be getting double value out of them, but the thing is they will not be staying the same. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I am very unhappy with the amount of nerfs. They are, I would say, a little bit too extreme. So guys, just for Hammer of the Gods, and tomorrow, Hammer of the Gods is changing. It's not gonna have cooldown anymore. So how will we be able to use it, right? When we have stun enemies, we will be getting something called Glory, a resource, and Hammer of the Gods will be usable by spending 20 glory, but I don't know how exactly we earn these. Really, that low? Okay, I'll just stick to 4. That's what I have been selling those for. Yeah. Almost all items capacity of rolling mana have been nerfed. I mean, they have been brought down by like 1 tier or so. So for example, guys, if rings were able to roll something like 189 mana, I think. I'm not very sure about the amount, but you know, so I have 187 maybe. Now they are able to roll like 175 or so, right? Boots, amulets, everything has been pulled back by 1 tier at least in terms of mana. Life has not been nerfed there. Against the Darkness has been nerfed to hell. Attributes now can be only 3%. Percentage max life, percentage max mana doesn't exist anymore. And that will also add insane amounts of value to the already existing ones, because the already existing ones in standard will not be touched. So there will not be retroactive changes. And guys, imagine this. So thing is, the most valuable against the Darkness was percentage intelligence and percentage max mana, right? So notables in range would give you 4% intelligence, and small passives would give you 1% mana, right? Imagine that's going to double not exist. Percentage intelligence will be 3% now instead of 4%, and percentage max mana will just not exist. I think it will be replaced something laughable like 8 mana. Yeah, so flat value instead of percentage. Yeah, Spark has been nerfed to hell as well, obviously, right? Dream Fragments has been nerfed. Was worth 2 by the time I was trying to sell it. Okay. Do I should have this? I do, okay. So let's just... This is a weird build with many weird mechanics, weird character, like the warrior. So I should be just going for... Oh no, hold up. We should do this, right? These passives are useless for us. Whoa, 20k gold. What the... Ease up there. I mean, yeah, guys, we have much more armor now. We have life now. It's pretty good, by the way. It's a decent amount of life. Regen is sadly only 47. Couldn't get any jewels with bonus on life regen. So guys, take a look at this store. 72% armor, right? 74% block, which is 75 is cap. All resistance is capped out with, you know, fire, lightning, and cold a little above 75, 4.7k HP, and as I said, 74% block. Yeah, it's mighty good. The only problem is that the damage is a little bit weak. I'm guessing mobility is nice. Yeah. So Bone Shatter, guys, I was able to get it to 23.5k. So I could probably do something along the lines of 24, but maybe 25, but that would be it. It's okay for mapping, it's not good for bosses, and when I say bosses, guys, I sadly also mean map bosses, right? I think Pinnacle is out of the question. I mean, it will have to be a different thing. Another problem is when that Hammer of the Gods change hits, you know, where it's going to be used with glory, that's going to be bring the problem of not being able to use them on rares and whatnot, right? Yeah, I mean, guys, I mean, I have a lot of playtime, right? So I'm not going to let my efforts go to waste, and I will play the season, but yeah, I'm very raw. And also, guys, you know, I will continue keep giving you, you know, bits and pieces of the patch notes. For example, did you know that Scepters cannot roll plus 5 minion skills anymore? Plus 4 is cap. I mean, Wands keep the ability to roll plus 5 lightning, but Scepters, so the AFK Simulacrum Farmer would be impossible / almost impossible. So guys, what you lose? The actively used skill of Skeletal Frost Mage's cooldown goes up by 2 seconds. It was on 6 seconds cooldown, now it's on 8. Minions below, beyond level 20 are getting the nerf stick, right? We don't know by how much. So guys, we were relying on our level 40 minions never dying. That's gone. The Infernal Hound does not take 20% damage for us anymore, right? The Infernalist thingy, that also helped quite a bit. Trench Timbre gives 1 less level of skills. So guys, that's 2 levels of skills lost, right? We lose 1 level on the Trench Timbre, and we lose 1 level on the Scepter. 2 skill levels lost already, right? And minions are weaker, there's that. By the way, as you can see, even when we have the increased stun threshold thingy, we can still stun them, that's good, right? But there are a lot of modifiers that this character doesn't like. For example, guys, increased life is something we don't like at all. Why? You know, beyond the obvious, when they have more life, their stun threshold increases. And, you know, it can become hard. So I was doing a map with, you know, increased monster life, and Atlas passives have buffed it quite a bit. And they had something along the lines of 120% or so, I think. Increase HP, and I was having trouble stunning them. That's one. Players have reduced recovery of life and energy shield. Is, you know, you just have to abandon map if it goes very bad. Because the thing is, guys, we have some mechanic. We have the buff called Berserk that damages us for having rage stacks, but gives us leech. Thing is, a map can be so buffed up that the life and energy shield recovery can go above 100%. The lack of recovery, that is. So, you know, players have 102%, let's say, reduced life and energy shield recovery. So guys, what's that mean? That means you do not recover life and energy shield. And thing is, we do have a permanent buff that keeps hitting us, right? I mean, you have to turn it off, but even then it's gonna be very annoying because guys, also that prevents flush from healing you. There is also that. That can be solved with more damage, of course, but yeah, I mean it's weirdly done. So, for example, guys, this build plays with the Keystone passive called Resolute Technique, right? Which prevents you from dealing crits. And you know, the best mace in the game does something based on crits. That's actually a very lucky sale. You know, the thing is, I didn't put a price on it because I thought I would sell this for 5 and then sell that one. So the guy was, I guess, so bored he paid 20 for it. Yeah, guys, I don't know what to do. Shall I do the quality on this one? Let's just do it. This is the only character that I have played that doesn't care about mana, guys. You could just let it all go. That Infernal Cry though costs 50% of my mana. What the heck? Wow, 4.7k life. And the armor is in a much better spot here. So that's very survivable, but as I said, map bosses are very terrible. I mean, with Perfect Strike not missing as much, maybe that will help. And of course, guys, because of my no divine spamming policy, I didn't go to 6 sockets. I mean, the skills that I use are 5 sockets at most. But guys, this is, you know, interesting, right? I have not spent 1 divine on this character. Another thing is, guys, because, you know, warriors are weak, people tend to not even pick up, you know, armor-based items, you know, including myself. So, for example, guys, I don't pick any armor base, right? Including the best ones, including the level 75. You know, could be a mistake, but, you know, that's what I'm doing. And what I mean is they are not overly popular like Energy Shield or Energy Shield Evasion hybrids. So you can get very good deals on the prices. Of course, you know, this season might do something different. We could have single target, as you can see, is not beautiful. Is the map done? It is, okay. Mistake. And funny thing, guys, this character is level 86 now. Right? And I have died quite a bit, so, you know, that's some time. Let's see how much it is. 50? 31 actually. Okay, good. So what I mean is, guys, I have played this a little bit, right? And funny thing is, I have never gotten a divine orb, not one. But I did get a what's the name? I did get a perfect jeweler's orb. What is that? So by the way, guys, if you are, planning on making some sort of, what's the name? Standard investment, +5 minion skills bonds are a good call. They are disappearing forever come tomorrow. I mean, the existing ones will stay, but we won't be able to get any more. Shall I show you the pain that this build goes through during a boss fight? Let me try. It's gonna make me cry. So guys, I fought one boss. I dared fighting one boss, and I had to beat him for ages. I eventually ran out of flask charges, and then I had to run out. The boss doesn't heal, then come back and kill the boss here. It was that bad. But the ascendancy points seem to have helped. I mean, guys, my other cheapest character, which I was quite the cheap ass on, was the monk, and the monk was 10 divine. So this guy, and as you can see, I am doing tier 15 maps. Maybe not very good, but the problem is, of course, with the monk, guys, I was able to kill, at the very least, map bosses. And there was room for quite a lot of upgrades. With this one, I'm not very sure. I mean, I guess I could get a +2 melee skills glove. That would add some damage, but the additional I surely picked the map for additional projectiles fired by monsters, right? It's pretty ugly. Okay, I will leave the boss to the last. Bad feeling. Guys, all this HP and they can cut through it, right? It's interesting. Yeah, I probably picked the worst map to get additional projectile zone. Yeah. So what did we have? We couldn't even see the boss, eh? And guys, you can't really have too much more survivability than this. Yeah. 47th. They only had 47% additional damage as chaos, which we resist 75% of, so they had like 12% additional damage, that's it. But the additional projectiles was, really nasty. Let's grab the other Omen of Resurgence that I have. I'm not spending Omens of Amelioration on this. This is, you know, one map's worth of XP. I guess I could try. Nope. Nope. That actually is somewhat okay. Yeah, at least I learned about rubies and how to price them. I'm gonna try 2D mine. These Venters will be discontinued come tomorrow as well, because the reduced rarity and the increased rarity will be capped by 25% instead of 40%. Okay, well, let's try that map again. Astramantis has received a weird nerf. Instead of rolling 80 to 100 all attributes, now it's gonna roll between 50 and 100. So Astramantis of the same quality. I mean, it's actually not even a very real nerf. Why? Because, guys, let's say you roll an Astramantis and you get a 55 all attributes, right? That's bad. I mean, you can just use some divines on it until you get like 95 or so. I mean, 100 would be, you know, much more challenging now, but that's the only real nerf, right? Because like 3, 4 divines and you're set straight. It's a bit of a weird nerf. As I said, the biggest nerf there is, you know, they made getting it perfect much harder. You will have to, instead of like 3, 4 divines, you will have to roll like maybe 5, 10 divines, but the item's value is way above that, so yeah, it's a weird nerf. I mean, if they reduce the amount of attributes that you could get, then that would have made sense, but you know, it's also, I would say, a very stupid item, because you know, guys, a level 28 amulet being able to give 100 all attributes, what's the deal with that? That's very hard. I mean, most builds have like, don't even have like 400 attributes in total, and you know, if you think about the attribute quality thingy as well, it can give almost as much as that guy. So imagine a fully realized and done character with like on level 90 or so and a level 28 amulet, and they both have the same amount of attributes, or at least comparable. And thing is, of course, Astramantis can be corrupted beyond 100, there is also that. But you know, it's such a very weird nerf. So it would have been a more serious nerf if the item was not very valuable, right? Because if the item is not worth many divines, then you wouldn't, you know, waste divines on it. But this item is worth many divines, and you just will roll divines. I guess if, you know, someone that doesn't know what's going on gets it, they can, you know, corrupt it at like 50 or so. Yeah, I guess it's a thing that can happen. But it's, you know, such a popular and powerful item, well, most people would know what's going on. I did hammer on that guy. What was that about? So guys, melee, yeah, you get very much bullied by volatile plants. All sorts of similar mechanics. It gets very frustrating. So many characters nuking me. Old Cascap is Blue Flame Bracers, I think. Well, the build's capacity for handling burning ground is not bad. Let me see what happens here. Let me see. It still burns through me. Maybe a few life regen jewels would have helped there. This map is not ideal for this character, guys. I mean, we don't have a good density, walls all abound. We can't get a big group together and just bomb shatter them. Way too many missiles. Which currency order is that? What did I have? The Arbiter Fragment Sword? I don't think I had anything else. Well, I guess if the damage improves a little bit more, it will have no need of Perfected Strike. I think Perfected Strike is still a must for bosses though. So is this map gonna end today? I would appreciate it because I don't like it at all. Okay, some density for once. Yeah, the struggles of melee. Wow, it was not selling for such a long time. I was starting to give up hope. Wow, almost 500 divine on top of two mirrors. Sadly, guys, the mirror has dropped extremely in value since I bought it, but I made some profit on buying and selling mirrors, I guess. There's that. So I think I bought it for 2,400 and now it's 1,850. Yeah. It's such a chaotic item. The variance is way too much. Yeah, guys, and all of the nerfs to the minion build made me a little bit nebulous, right? I was going to take a risk and try and do the AFK Simulacrum Farmer thingy, but now I'm a little bit worried. Okay. I wish there was a button for like sorting for rarity or something. Just don't want to spend time. Okay, rare. Rare. No. So guys, sadly, I think delirium is absolutely out of the question. I don't think we can handle it. I think they should introduce a cap on certain affixes. So for example, guys, %90 reduced life and energy shield restore, I think is fair, right? Because thing is, your Atlas amplifies it to 100%, then it becomes absolutely unfair because you know what happens when you have 100%. That means your flask will do nothing. Your life flask will do nothing. And your leech will do nothing. You are just not able to recover your life, right? I mean, at 90% it becomes very annoying, but you can still handle it to a degree. At 100% it becomes just way too nasty. Okay, stop pushing me back. I'm getting somewhat annoyed now. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, for blessing me the opportunity to move on. Okay. Why are... Well, how is it possible that... And the thing is, guys, this guy has around like 60 or so rarity. So it's not like the... It's not like the monk, right? So with the monk, I went for full value, no rarity, just a strong character. With this guy, I had rarity on a few items, I went for it. And how the hell is it possible for me to have not one divine, guys? Because I like to pay attention to getting, my first divine, my first armor scrap or whatever it is, right? Now that I think about it, I might also have not gotten any annulments on this character. Death doesn't wait. Yeah, so there are some warrior-based buffs across the board. Monsters will have 30% or so less armor, which means warrior gets to do more damage. Also, the heavy stun threshold for monsters across the board will be nerfed, so it will be easier to prime them for stun and therefore inflict the heavy stun. And by the way, they also did something sneaky, if you have noticed, guys, in the patch notes. There is, just one sentence there, which I think they tried to sneak, I guess. Many skills have been rebalanced, blah, blah, blah. You know what that means, right? That means everything has been nerfed to hell. So they said the changes were too numerous to include there. That means, yes, everything has been nerfed quite a bit. Another beautiful change. So yeah, that makes me quite at a loss on what to start with tomorrow. Let me try this. I don't like it at all, but okay, shall I try a boss again? I'll do this first. I want a level before I try the boss. Could you prime one of the guys maybe? Okay, that's more like it. Oh, that's Titanrod Cataphract. Okay. That's what we use for leveling. Is it a good one? No, mine is I think 462 or something like that. I have too much damage? Yeah, that slows me down by a lot, by the way. Yeah, huge slowdown. That's how it needs to go. Oh, I did kick the guy out of my own. Well, this does do changing stress. Yeah. The weaker guys, they just die too quick. The Leap Slam does too much damage to them. Okay, well, it does look okay in terms of damage. But you know, I will show to you against bosses, and against bosses it's rather bad. Being able to face tank mechanics is pretty good though. Whoa. Okay. So would that be enough? So guys, I want to show you the boss, but I also want to not die before at least I get the level. And the next level can be important to us, let me think. 15, 75, and 100. So 100% more efficiency on break armor, and when we heavy stun them, we break 50%. That means we will be fully breaking the armor upon heavy stunning them. That level is important. Okay, shall I do it like this then? Increase monster damage, you know. I'm somewhat afraid. This is a map we did yesterday, but we were much weaker then. Let's see. Come here. Do I have that? Okay, I actually like this. Being able to kill a rare with like that. Yeah, so that is our ideal map for sure. Wow! Rare just died with the Bone Shatter swing. Okay. So guys, we want the monsters to be, you know, somewhat tough. So we don't want them dying or getting heavy. Well, I guess dying is okay, but we don't want them getting heavy stunned with Leap Slam, so we can do the combo. Hey, let me get back. So we are actually moving too fast for the fog. Okay. This map is definitely the best map we ever did. We can combo properly. So when you go like this is not all that bad, right? But problem is, guys, there are many factors that can disrupt this. You know, as I said, they have stun threshold, they are too weak, they have increased life. So if, you know, your Leap Slam is not able to prime them, then yeah, problems are coming. But like this, of course, it's pretty sweet. Okay. Now we need to start carrying wall orbs on us as well, guys, because we will be able to use the wall orbs on the essences. And we should. It's not open still? Where is it? Oh my god, it's killing me. How can it hit so hard though? That's weird. It's a little bit weird. So we are leveling soon. That didn't level us, okay. That should level us maybe. Good. Okay, so now we have 100% break armor and we have 100% break armor bonus, and we break 50% armor when we have a stun, so you know, the combination should set us straight. Okay. So we should keep eating 10 stacks of scavenge plating constantly. It looks like to be the case. Okay, this map was a treat, guys. Everything went right on it, actually. Okay. Okay, I want to try. Okay, let me try this. Okay, cool. Try this. Okay. I guess not bad. The answer is yes, you know. Everything, it's just very bad. Okay, we have that. We also have that. Yeah, I mean, heavy stun, we are not normally able to be heavy stunned. It's not that big a deal. I mean, when you block too much with your shield, right? I mean, you do the raised shield and you keep it up. After you block too much damage, you were staggered back then, right? Tomorrow they are changing it to a heavy stun. So normal players are not able to be heavy stunned, but yeah, they are. You know, it's a bit like a bit of a wording thingy, right? So they are removing a useless mechanic. You know, that would be similar like to enrage in Hearthstone, right? Instead of, you know, saying enrage, they just said when this one is damaged, that happens. So all of the, you know, known uniques have been nerfed, right? Mana across all items have been nerfed. Percentage life, percentage mana, that stuff all nerfed. I'll go one on it. Oh, that actually is not bad. Let me see mine. Let me see mine. Hold on. Belt. Okay, what I have is what I have is 32 mana, 10 res. I think the one I have is better, but this one is still, I would say, good. Okay. I'm gonna put it up for 100 if it doesn't sell. It just doesn't sell. Set then no, no. So, for example, Ingenuity is nerfed, Temporalis is nerfed. The Running Assault Ascendancy passive. Yeah, everything has been nerfed. It's insane, right? The only thing that has been not been nerfed is the class that you see on your screen, and the reason that this guy is not nerfed is because he's garbage, right? And there are some buffs for this guy, but I don't think they will add up. I mean, monster's armor rating has been reduced by 30%. This guy gets a few bonuses, but yeah. But for example, take a look at this. This node, right? 10% all attributes, right? Very nice. Reduced to 7%. There is a weird node called spaghettification that was providing percentage stats that has been converted to flat. Yeah. The percentage mana rolls on anything and everything has been nerfed. Yeah, it's pretty ugly altogether. Scepters were able to roll +5 minion skills. Now they are able to roll +4 minion skills. That's also nerfed. Okay, so shall I try my luck? At the boss map. Okay, seepage. So, you know, I tried my luck only once and it was terrible. So guys, this build is okay for leveling and it's okay for mapping, but it's not meant for bossing. And the thing is, you will be encountering bosses all the time, so yeah, I can't fully recommend it, sadly. Maybe the changes tomorrow will help, but the minion builds have been nerfed to hell. So guys, this is cute, right? I like this. And the hammer will be somewhat better. And being able to kill rares with a single bone shatter is also mighty useful. I also like the mobility. Shield charge is a mighty useful skill. And the thing is, guys, now I don't have to change weapon sets. Why? Because I'm wearing a two-handed weapon and a shield. Right? I managed that. Take a look at this, 530 strength. Whoa, that's some nice area. Okay, so let's go for... So this is a handleable boss, that's for sure. Well, why are you pushing me like this? I hate it. A tanky character is a nice change of pace for sure. With the monk it was quite the opposite, right? Scavenge plating is pretty good. Okay, that's the boss room, I think. Are we ready for this pain? Let's go. And perfect strike is missing. See guys, it's a little bit ugly. And I really dislike it when it counters my hammer like this. Yeah, I'm gonna die. I mean guys, how am I inflicting so little damage? What's this? I mean, I inflict the ignite with the... And by the way, he is permanently fully armor broken. So question is, why does he not die? I mean, guys, this time around I didn't have to run because the character is much more tankier, right? Thanks to the armor. And but you can see how bad it is. You know, would you like to boss like this? And thing is, even though I exercise a lot of economy and I went, cheap, so for example, guys, the weapon is not too bad. Let's say you get a weapon that's like let's say 20% better, and that would be many divines. What's that gonna do? I mean, this fight was, as you can see, terrible long. And this feels weird because, guys, I can kill bosses with a single bone shatter. I mean, the ignite doesn't do damage. I mean, what I mean is, guys, we are okay when we are killing rares, right? So, does the boss have 100 times the HP of a rare? Like that's the weird part. So, guys, take a look at this, right? Rare and just dies. Right? I mean, because the fight lasted for ages. But being able to not having to leave was a good feeling, right? Because last time around I was here, it was the same boss, by the way, the only other boss I killed, and I had to leave at like 30% or so, and come back later on. I guess there is something nice that we can do for the essences, right? There is that. And of course, it takes a pretty nasty amount of time. But take a look at this, right? This is not too bad. I'm guessing they will, do something about this after some point because it's absolute garbage. So, guys, the game was not really, absolute failure. So, for example, if they did something like this in Diablo, right, I would have, maybe been okay to a degree. But, why do you hate us so much, right? Why do you hate your player base so much? And the game was not easy to begin with, right? And also, I'm very so I don't know if you noticed, but they did something sneaky in the in the patch notes. They said a lot of skills were adjusted, but they were too numerous, so they were not included, right? You know what that means? That means everything has been nerfed. And guys, this is not a competitive game. This is not. I mean, there is no PvP. I don't want it to be maybe absolute face roll, but I don't need it to become a torture either. By the way, didn't we have a? Oh, okay. I thought it was a. It was a breach map. It wasn't. Okay. Yeah, mighty annoying. So, guys, the monk was a little bit harder to get in shape, but the single target damage didn't suck this hard. So many questions. Why is this so weak? Why is this not 1%? I'll be right back and then we continue. They have rendered, in short, guys, they have rendered all of the best builds of this season, almost unplayable. Yeah. And I'm a little bit at a loss on what to play tomorrow now. I'm curious about one thing, then I'll pick it up. Yeah, we didn't have the time to fix the jamming, eh? This now gives a whopping reduced 20% all attributes now, I think. Okay. what was the reason for so many nerfs? Still, yeah, still at a loss. So do I want to engage another boss? No. Shall I do these hideout maps? I guess. And they are short. Why is no one being primed for stun? There we are. What an adventure. If you click on the hammer and move, I think it just wasted. What an extremely annoying map this was. He made it out somehow. And it was 7% XP. So we have this. Yes, that's more like it. Hello. Great resistance of the body. I believe that's the worst one. Hello. I mean, all the hype I had for the patch, guys, they really know how to take the fun out of something. They are getting revived. That's beautiful. Hello. Okay. So. Why do I have so many next to each other? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to level. Guys, being able to kill rares with a single bone shatter feels very good. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, I made it out alive? Right there. It's gonna be so much pain. I mean, how do we kill that slow with armor fully broken, guys? You know, I still can't get my wrap around it. I can't wrap my head around it. I mean, I can, you know, at times one-shot rares with not always, but I can sometimes do it. And the rare takes, you know, many minutes. It doesn't make sense. Oh. Those wall monsters are always killing me. Oh. Good mask. Oh, I mean, maybe some new uniques can create some builds, but so, you know, if everything was so broken, why didn't they nerf it at all, right? They gave us crappy patch notes over and over, right? 011F, 011G, 011E, right? Pointless garbage patches. If everything was so broken, well, why not fix it? So weird. Making everything unplayable is not the way, especially in games like these. You know, guys, if it's a competitive game, I don't know. like maybe StarCraft, for example, just off the top of my head, FIFA even, right? I mean, if people are playing against each other, then you of course have to tone down the really broken stuff so everyone does not end up doing the same thing, right? And I'm not saying there shouldn't be any nerfs, but nerfing every single build that was good. And also, guys, we will see the effect of that hugely omitted line, right? Many skills have their blah blah rebalanced. Well, I saw how you rebalanced, and there was also something that annoyed me very thoroughly. I mean, they have lied on the patch notes. I'm guessing they wouldn't have lied, so I'm guessing they referred to an older patch note because, older internal, because they said that the increased quantity on tablets is now 3 to 7% down to 3 to 8%. Well, we never had 3 to 8% quantity on tablets. We had 10 to 20%, right? Quantity on tablets can be 20%. And yeah, I mean, they have talked about increasing the efficiency of tablets and whatnot, but it's not increasing the efficiency if you are also nerfing them at the same time. Rarity is getting nerfed, quantity is getting nerfed. What was the point of buffing them then, right? The only buff that we seem to be getting is the number of maps they affect, right? And thing is, they have also reduced the frequency in which we find tower maps, so that's gonna end up being a minor buff at the end, right? And quantity, etc., everything is going to get nerfed to hell. Yeah. I am dying. I haven't died. Okay. Yeah, Regal Orb, you did me good, buddy, by adding those monsters. Okay, guys, so we will have a boss in here. I think it will be time for crying. I mean, I just don't understand how there could be such a difference between a rare and a boss, right? I mean, tenfold I would have understood, but I can kill the rares rather fast, and bosses take minutes on end. That does feel weird. And thing is, guys, now that we have properly distributed our points, we now have fully broken armor on the boss at all times, right? That should give us huge damage, I would say. Yeah, and tomorrow we are getting something again for the warrior. Now fully broken armor enemies will have 20% additional physical damage taken. Oh. The maps take so long though, right? Okay. Extra energy shield, exactly what I needed. This one is a little bit better. Well, this one was somewhat better, right? I mean, the best thing is, of course, she wasn't challenging, right? We were just able to kill her properly without even moving. But still, of course, the duration leaves a lot to be desired. Hello. That looks so good though, right? You call the hammer, you click on the essence, the guy comes out of this, bang, hammer on the face. So guys, we still haven't found a single divine orb, right? Feels weird. Do I have that? I don't. Okay, well, I'm gonna go another tower and put a tablet with XP in. That's a nice AoE. Okay. Own crown. Okay. Bop, buddy, bop. Where do we go? Shut up. Will that Jin Barrier this last thing I have ever sold before the season? Or could be. And it was a very nice amount of profit. No, very nice margin of profit. I bought it for 1 exalt, I think. Sold for 20. Didn't even mean to. Okay. So sweet when this happens. Okay, we have found the rare. Oh, thrill steel, okay. Feel exalted. Okay, that could be the last sale that we make. It does sell rather good. But it is a mostly a leveling item. Not very sure if people are leveling on the last day. So guys, we have now 23 hours left for the patch. What was the reason for not allowing +5 minion skill scepters to be present? Trench Timbre was nerfed, guys. It's insane, right? My pride, my joy, my beautiful AFK Simulacrum Farmer is... I'm not very sure it's doable. And of course also the loyal Infernal Hound does not absorb damage anymore. Could let that go, but it's still some damage, but it's not very good. But I spent 5 points here and it's 33% damage up with 200 weapons. I'm not very sure. But there aren't that many nodes in range that I would also pick up. I mean, what would I be getting if I drop that instead? Those 5 points aren't very great though. Emre, I don't think so. Well, I guess we can do this and bang. Alright, so let's just do this. Not bad. Our maps will be changing. Yeah, guys, they have quite destroyed every bit of hype I had in me. I'm not very sure what to play because, guys, nothing is viable anymore, right? Everything has been nerfed to hell. By the way, also the nerf stick has hit every single item that gives us energy shield based on life. Atziri, Everlasting Gaze, and Ghost Ride all have been nerfed to give much less energy shield. Atziri goes, the most famous is Atziri, so I remember that one. Atziri was 20 to 30%, now it's gonna be 10 to 15%. The amulet, I can't recall, but it goes very low. I think it goes 1 digit, something like that. And Ghost Ride goes from 50% to 25%. Just, everything gets nerfed. Beautiful. Why? It's not a competitive game. Guys, I'm not saying nothing should be nerfed, but nerfing every single viable build out there. I guess they will be taking a step back at some point. I mean, they said that they want to help us with sustaining the maps, and people were dying much more than they expected. And I'm guessing the way to fix it is to make more waystones drop and nerfing everything. But if we will still keep on dying, you are nerfing everything. Yeah, my enthusiasm has quite waned. Okay. Let me just keep putting XP tablets in. Good. Okay. So guys, monsters have stun threshold. Let's see how that goes. By the way, a lot of items in standard will be gaining a lot of value, I think, because they will be able to remain the way they were, and the new stuff will be much weaker, right? Warrior Invictus. Whoa. One down, gents. Okay. Whoa. Yeah. The stun threshold does not disturb us most of the time, but sometimes, of course, when the monsters are tough, it prevents our combo. Why am I not able to jump there? Yeah, as you can see, most of the time it works, but I think these guys, one guy primed for heavy stun is enough. Because then Bone Shatter does the shockwave and okay. None? Zero? Stuff. Okay, that's good. And that I think you guys being able to take the hits from the big guys is pretty nice, right? Thanks to also having out of armor. What's going on? Couldn't do a single hammer on them. That was interesting. Okay. So nice. Yep. Okay. Break indeed. Okay. The corruption guys are tougher, right? I can't prime them for stun with a single leap slam. But of course this is happening because they have, and take a look at this guys, 144% threshold. It's pretty. So it's not 44%, it's 144%. So if you had to build, 2.5 times of the normal build up that you have to, whoa, that's a bit of damage. those corruption guys, I think, have a very serious chance of killing me when I'm doing the breach. The maps take a little bit too long, guys. At this point, not having the arrows on the map is a little bit weird, right? We have been killing for ages. Okay, so that's done. The map is out of the way. I would really rather not die with... I have almost leveled, but let's see. Okay, hopefully. Okay, there are some more monsters. Maybe these will allow me to level. Very close, but not there, eh? Okay, maybe. Maybe. Wow. Exactly next to the level. Okay. Aha, the corruption fellas. Normally extremely annoying. Help me out this time around. Okay. Let's do that breach. So I think these breach fellas in tandem with the corruption fellas will get me. This is handling somewhat better than what I was expecting. I guess the interesting, okay. Boss, can I not? Decay. Which map is that? Maybe we can do this actually. I'm doing too much damage, the combo does not work. You guys, it's so hard to find proper balance. I need to get somewhat stronger monsters because the regular monsters are too weak. They get more stun threshold than what I like. See? And then the combo doesn't work. See? It just doesn't work. These guys are okay, but the snakes aren't. The dogs, the bigger ones are. Yeah. Because in this map, the smaller monsters are not good, but the tankier normal monsters are better for us. Yeah, for example, that fat lady. Suffering from success. Yeah. Let's see what we'll do tomorrow. And also, guys, I'm also somewhat worried about the release. Will they be able to release our own schedule? Will they suck? Okay, buddy. Stop that. I don't like those guys relentlessly channeling like that. So much HP that the flask doesn't do much. How come you earn so little XP though? I mean, it's a tier 15 map. I barely gained like 5%. How's that possible? Well, I suppose the case could be made that the map is still not done, but I mean, yeah, it's mostly done. In your face. Yeah, there are too many conditions, guys. I don't think this character. And maybe the buffs tomorrow will help, but no. Having too much damage prevents you from priming them, and having too little damage will also prevent you from priming them. And when you can't prime them, the combos go quite out of the window. Yeah, that's true. Wow. Guys, yes, sadly delirium is out of the question. Maybe low amounts. Midgenob is here. Guys, slow etc. I can understand, but why am I earning less XP than what I'm used to? This is weird. I'm not getting penalized for XP, am I? All these conditions. Having to take a look at the map, guys, is pretty annoying, right? You just want to put the map in and get along with it. No, they have life, we have life gain reduction, blah blah blah. Just do some maps. I'll just try to stick right there. Let me actually do this as well. Okay. It's first ID. Corrupt that Mage node. It didn't do anything, I think. By the way, rarity also has been nerfed, of course. God forbid anything that didn't get nerfed. We used to be able to get a total of 62 rarity on items. Now we are able to get 50. So the prefix was 30% and the suffix was 32%, something like that. And now they are both capped at 25% each. So you won't be able to find any item that gives 30 or 32% rarity with a single affix anymore. 25 is the cap. And how could they nerf everything? It's so absurd. %, I guess we can handle that much. 12% we could also handle that. But I kind of want some rares. So guys, I normally should be slapping Exalted on this kind of garbage, right? But the thing is, the character is so fragile, right? There is so much that we can't handle. Okay, let me try this. Negative 10 all resistance. That's actually normally pretty nasty. And it gets amplified to 15. So that's why I'm, taking it slow, guys. Because if I do the additional modifiers, so guys, see, almost dead already. So if you were wondering what I'm talking about, thing is, we have that life reduction thing we modified. Hold on. Hold up. Oh, I can't do this map. Take a look at this. Players have 99% less recovery of light and energy shield, guys. 99% reduction. Take a look at this. I'm gonna drink my flask. And thing is, that's how I heal. And on top of this, guys, doesn't end here. I am damaging myself, right? Okay. Hold a sec. So guys, Berserk makes me get more out of rage, but it does damage me. Okay. So guys, yeah, this is beyond idiotic. That's of course GGG's fault. I mean, why does it get amplified above 90%? I just can't do it. I can't do this map. 99% reduction. So any damage I take is, terrible because I have 99% recovery. And the thing is, you might be thinking, at least it's 99% you can recover. It's not actually capped at 99%. That's just my luck, right? It can and will go above 100%. It's beautiful. And they are getting revived. That's beautiful. Yeah, he's reviving the minions. Yep, well, that's lucky. I guess I didn't die. So, instead of nerfing everything possible in the game, maybe, cap this at like 90%. Because guys, the Atlas passives are amplifying the map, and also then we have something that amplifies the prefixes or the suffixes of the map by 25%. And when everything combos nastily, you can have this kind of map. That's why I wasn't using my Exaltus, right? Thing is, that was not a 6 modifier map, and if it's a 6 modifier map, it gets further enhanced. And I could have been lucky on this map, and it could have enhanced the prefixes, and maybe I would have something like a 80% or so reduction to healing. Then of course, guys, it would have been painful, but I would be able to handle it, because imagine this flask heals me for like 500. I mean, maybe manageable, but but I can't. When I can't do it at all, yeah. So that map is wasted. There is ritual in there, or actually, I guess, why waste, right? Let's say goodbye to my beautiful blood mage. Yeah, this character is going away tomorrow. I mean, they are not going to delete the character, but they are going to destroy the build. Okay. I mean, guys, why waste, right? It's a ritual map, it's valuable. And this character can make it work thanks to the blood mage mechanic. Normally our skills have life cost, so this character would have been problematic as well, but there is a blood mage mechanic. They drop some blood globules that they leave behind, and that heals us, and that is not prevented by the map's 99% reduction mechanic. So I mean, this kind of makes me question why I'm playing warrior at all. It takes me so long, and this guy just breathes. The 100 intelligence requiring hammer has dropped. Funny item, guys. Requires 100 intelligence for a reason. Oh, these are valuable. I want to get that actually. Oh, what a big map. I mean, even if I was able to do this map, it would have lasted ages. 19 level skill gem. I guess. How much is an Omen of Corruption now? I have Omen of Corruption. I want Exalted. Oh my god, really? You will sell? Whoa. Bang. Okay. Let's do this map. We put another XP thingy in so we can gain a bit of XP, but why is it so slow? Okay. All right. Yep. That's more like it. Cartographer's looks. Okay. They are even nerfing relics in Trial of the Sekimas. You won't be able to get 3 additional merchant choices anymore. You could say now we'll be getting 2, right? Nope, you won't be able to get 2 additional merchant choices anymore either. You will only be able to get 1 additional merchant choice. Because definitely it was a thing that needed to be nerfed. Hatolos for words. Stupid Delirium tablet, but 10% XP gain, eh? I guess let's go. And now we should have some decent maps that give a lot of XP. Yeah, no, nice. Can we handle it? Right back. So shall we put some 6 modifier maps? I think they are managing to mess promising looking game. How much XP do I need to gain? Some. Trying to get 90, but it's just so awfully slow. That's the 6 modifier map. Should be giving you a lot of XP. There is Delirium, there is Breach. Provided we don't die. Let's go. And for this ones we are able to deliver the right amount of priming. Oh. This map could be good. And guys, yeah, the combo by some miracle is working. Yes. Guys, so it's not like, I'm missing, once every 2 tries or something. It does work every single time. So if the build were like this at all times, I would be able to recommend it to you a little bit more wholeheartedly. But as it is, it's not very good. But guys, the XP is insane, for example, right now, right? We have climbed a lot. It's so much faster like this. Right there doing the and try. Oh my god, we even got the boss. Guys, the XP was insane. So from tomorrow, breach rings will be much more rare, and you could say, okay, that's a good enough move. Nope, they will also have a maximum quality of 40%. Goodbye 50% quality breach rings, hello 40% quality, much more rare breach rings. Because screw us, that's why. The nerfing the strongest build from like 4 or 5 different, I think it's too much. I mean, for example, guys, they put a, there is a good stat from, there's a good ascendancy trait from Gemling Legionnaires that says your inherent bonuses from attributes is doubled, right? And they have added a whopping 20% reduce all attributes to that, right? Also, there is a 10% all attributes notable that has been reduced to 7%. On top of that, there is a 7% all stats notable that was reduced to 13 flat all attributes. I don't think you need 55 million different nerfs, right? Just try it with a single nerf or so, and if it's still not sufficient, then nerf it again, right? I mean, making every single good build unplayable is not a good idea of game balance. And the nerfs are on such scale, it's not like, for example, guys, Ingenuity doesn't go from 80% to 60%, right? Might have made sense. Nope, 30%. I mean, it was 80% and now it's going to be 30%. I wonder what it will be able to be corrupted to. And thing is, guys, if you have, a high ingenuity, that's going to be very valuable, right? I don't know if you guys will planning on playing any standard, but yeah, they will be pretty mighty. Because in 98% ingenuity today, wills will not be nerfed when the patch hits tomorrow, but it will be unobtainable. Male sabatons, we have that. I mean, getting that stun every single time was such a good feeling, guys. Makes such a difference. I guess just do it. Brisk grab. Masters are armored. Well, we do have armor penetration. Well, factory, I hate it. Oh, didn't expect that. Should be my last sale. Almost hit 500 divine. Hmm. Yeah, guys. Part of me wishes that I haven't seen the patch notes. I mean, how and why? I'm still baffled. I mean, for example, the 20% reduced attributes on the jamming is, I would say, mighty enough to keep that build in check. So, no, I'm not saying don't nerf anything, right? But I think it has to be within the confines of logic and reason. And guys, as I said, I'm still quite terrified of that, one sentence change that says many skills have been rebalanced, and moving these guys, the rebalance means every single skill that will be nerfed. There is so little in the way of buffs, yeah. Cast on Shock has been nerfed, Archmage has been nerfed. No. Yeah, kind of anything that you would know the name of that was popular in Season 0. Hey. I have been working hard to level. I would appreciate it if I didn't die. Why am I permanently poisoned? I'm guessing monsters have a chance to poison or something. I can't look now. It's more like it. Bang. Bang. Yeah, monsters have a 52% chance of poison per hit. Could tell. Because I was just getting poisoned too frequently. Steel Point Quarterstaff. Haven't been seeing that in a while. I guess it could be used in our legendary collection, unique collection. Because what was so strong about the minion build? I keep, rebelling against the patch notes, but I haven't seen anything like this. The 20% damage sharing from the Hound was removed. Trench Timber lost one skill. Scepter's lost another skill. What was so broken? And by the way, guys, all this playing and still sitting on 0 divines. Mighty weird. And we have something like 60 rarity. And thing is, guys, that's how much my Deadeye had, the one that started it all. So okay. You guys, well, I don't like it when there are no masters inside and we still don't have the guiding thingy. Means that we have skipped a lot, yeah. And now it did, okay, sure. Cover. Yeah. Thank you, raise at least. All right. Let's go. Okay. Whoa. Masters have extra fire and extra cold both. Okay. Oh, double socket Kitoko is worth a divine? Really? Let me try. Okay, so double damage. But keep in mind, guys, because they are doing fire and cold as extra, our resistances are taken into account, so that's gonna be something along the lines of like 25% additional damage. But of course, damage is damage. Okay, as long as this combo works. Oh, but how am I on half HP? Okay, so it's not working all the time. It's mostly working. Where's that guy? Yeah, guys, not a very good map. Again, we have too much damage. See? Can't combo. We need the stronger normal monsters to do the combo. As you can see, clear speed has gone to hell. Okay, that big guy will do it, but that's the problem, guys. I mean, how many big guys will I able to find? Okay, there is one. I can do it with the big guy, but not many others. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I mean, killing being worse than not killing is so weird, right? Yeah, because of these reasons, guys, I cannot really recommend this build. There is so much that can go wrong. Map completed. These are additional XP maps, so maybe I should clear a bit more. And those archer fellas also work. Of course, man. Scepter. Those guys are dealing nasty amounts of damage. Maybe it's me, but I don't recall, even with the monk, it was not really this slow. And we have to do so many maps. How can the XP be low? Creek. Interesting. Let me see. Casual wasting the exalteds. Shall I dare? So let me try my first Delirious map. So the too much damage thingy gets handled by the Delirious, right? Because it gives them some damage reduction. Almost died. And this is, really extremely low amounts of delirium. How much is it? 12. With all this XP gain, I feel like we are not gaining enough. %67%. Barely. They are stunning us quite a bit. They have increased stun build up. That's causing us problems. Oh. 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 I have been working at it for so long. Oh. 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 No. Oh. Oh. Yeah, why not? Just screw me and my efforts, right? Yeah, and all of my efforts in this game as well. Just by releasing the worst patch I have ever seen in my 30 plus years of gaming. Yeah. I couldn't lift my finger and do one move, single move. The only thing that I need to do along the list of counters that we have, extreme high amounts of stun build up is also a problem, I guess. Sure. Because, there wasn't enough to counter this build. Now we have something else on the list. That's lovely. Sure, I'll just gain that XP again. No big deal. It's not like I have been working for hours. Sure. Where is the hammer? I cast it. I can't act. Okay. Sure. No. Taking one action once every 50 million years is fine. Could I not kill everything one by one? Maybe. Just as an idea. Maybe I don't kill everything one by one. Nope. 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 That's the exact thing that's going to happen. I kill everything one by one. Sure. No one's getting Prime Force done. No one. Not one character is getting Prime Force done. I really hate it so much that they don't get Prime. Is the map done? Been countered so hard. So hard. No one is getting Prime. Yeah, thank you, buddy. Well, Kitoko is selling for divine. Two socket Kitoko is that important, eh? Character is mighty cursed. Is the fine fella coming? Okay, maybe instead of wandering about. What is he doing? Why is he running around like a moron? Stash is right here. Wow. 499. Wow. I kind of made it. I don't recall leveling being this much of a chore with the monk. Maybe I'm bored. Okay. They have increased stun threshold. Let me see. Oh, it's the worst map ever. It's not the worst map, but the boss is somewhat painful for us. But actually, why do I not kill the boss on the auto bomber, right? Instead of torturing myself like this. So I can kill the boss, but it does take a very long time. So now, just kill the boss. I mean, the increased stun threshold actually helps us most of the time. Yeah, interesting. Oh. This constant near death is yeah, the increased stun threshold helps us get off with the small guys, but then the bigger guys become a problem. Yeah. I mean, the build can never find peace. It's weird. Oh. Buggins Yasuo selam gençler. I mess up my own again. Don't go anywhere. Thank you. So the map is not done. We have the obviously the boss, right? Which I will be bringing another character for. Okay, let me see. Bang. I still have the priming problem even with stun threshold. Come on. Yeah. go to that. Rare. That was some decent XP for once. Oh, calm down, gents. Oh, guy went offline. Shame. He wanted an everlasting gauge. Right? I don't think I have it, but let's take a look. Amulet. Yes, we don't because this stuff is alphabetical. Let me call my big bro or big sis in this case. I'm gonna say goodbye to this character tomorrow. And not because of the season, guys, they are breaking this build. Hello. Bye. Bye. And the thing is, guys, I think about it, and if I didn't go, full budget, but spent divines on this guy, I don't think it would have been much better because we have a lot of strength. Our block is almost capped. Our resistances are capped. The best thing that we could have gotten with some extra resources would be, probably a better weapon and some more damage. I'm not very sure if that would have done it. He asked me for the items. I told him to wait a few moments, and he went offline. Yeah. Maybe change characters, of course. Okay. So we could be leveling. Well, Creek. Let's just go. Okay, I suppose I can do the Exalters on that map. Okay, sure. What did I do? I didn't put the map in yet? I have to. Alright, so that should be leveling us if I don't die. All my enthusiasm, guys, gone. And of course, constantly having one lever also does not do wonders for morale. classic. Too much stun build up in some cases, too little stun build up in other cases. It's pretty bad. Oh, greater Essence of Ruin. Okay, well, let's first focus on not dying. How many range attackers do you want? Yes. Greater Essence of Ruin. Is that my first Greater Essence of Ruin? Those ball-like fellas are the only ones in this map that I can stun, I guess, alongside those big fellas. It's pretty ugly. And I don't think I have gimped the build anyhow, some by some, by making a mistake. It just is because normal monsters have very varied HP people, right? There are the small flies, there are the giants, and obviously they have different stun thresholds. I can get it to work on one, but on the others it won't work most of the time. Okay, if I'm dying, please after leveling. Oh no. Oh, not being able to do the combo is devastating. Slows us down by so much, finally. So guys, why am I not stopping until I have hit 90? Because guys, 90 is the level in which you can equip level 20 gems, and therefore pretty important in realizing the power of a build. Whoa. Edge. But why am I constantly surrounded by so many guys and can't inflict a stun on one of them? Okay. Quilted vest. That's the spirit chest? No, that's the fox thing. Starter chest. I mean, this was extremely depressing. Guys, I am on the lookout for certain monster kinds because combo doesn't work on the regular guys because we are dealing too much damage. So I am planning on going for this and this one as my final point. Hey Dana, did you see the patch notes? You know, you probably saw how much of a drive I have for this game, and I think they have managed to kill it. Yeah. No, I have been gaming kind of all my life, and you know, I have never actually even thought of this before. But you know, if you ask me to name the worst patch I have ever seen, I think this is it. I mean, my reaction was just like, why? No. Why on such a magnitude? You know, they have nerfed every single decent build. Okay, that's not very logical, right? But you know, the magnitude of the nerfs. This is so extremely annoying. Shall I go back to the map doesn't even end. Oh. Oh yes. Yes. And you know, so the problem is every nerf they applied was like a fourfold nerf or so, right? I mean, just you know, one nerf is enough. You don't need to, you know, kill it. You know the meme, stop, stop, it's already dead from Simpsons. So for temporaries, first of all, Acolyte of Chayola's Darkness will not be absorbing damage before under damage. So you know, Acolyte of Chayola builds are out of the question now. On top of that, any kind of absorb will not work for Last Flame, including guard and you know, ward of blah blah, right? So you will literally have 1 HP, no workarounds, and on top of that, Temporalis itself is nerfed to reduce the cooldowns by 1 to 2 seconds instead of 2 to 4 seconds, which you know, prevents the blinking. But the thing is, I'm also, somewhat okay with that. I'm not entirely okay, but I'm also somewhat okay. But, everything, everything, everything that was viable in patch 0.1 is kind of gone. And, there are very annoying nerfs. So, for example, the Auto Simulacrum Farmer character that I made, right? So now scepters are not able to roll +5 anymore. Why? Why? Wands are capable of rolling +5, but scepters are not capable of rolling +5 to minion skills anymore. Trench Timbre can roll, the weapon I used, it was rolling 1 to 3 minion skills, and you could corrupt it to have +4. Now it's 1 to 2, right? So that means 2 skill levels lost. And you'd say, okay, that's logical, right? I mean, to a degree. It doesn't end there. Minions after level 20 have been nerfed. We don't know to what degree. On top of that, Skeletal Frost Mage, which is what I was using, here they have an active skill. The cooldown was 6 seconds. Now the cooldown is 8 seconds. And the character I was playing, Infernalist, right, has a very nice skill. You summon a hound, and the hound used to take 20% of the damage that you take, to help you survive. Guess what that was nerfed to? Nothing. Not 10%, not 15%, not 5%. It was removed. Entirely, altogether. Oh. And all of these nerfs are combined. Minion is nerfed, minion active skill is nerfed, we lose +2 skill levels. What's going on? Invoker is nerfed as well. The passives that give spirit is nerfed. So it penalizes our evasion more, and on top of that, it requires more evasion and energy shield to give spirit. And of course, I don't have to go into Spark, I guess. Huge nerf. Cast on Shock now requires double build up to trigger. And I'm okay with that, right? Cast on Shock was overperforming, and it being nerfed is not that ridiculous, but everything. I mean, they have killed quite my spirit, right? I was very enthusiastic, and now I'm like, bruh. I mean, Warrior is very weak, so they have some buffs, but even, the Warrior buffs are, somewhat laughable. For example, let me just show you. Right? So there is this passive, right? 40% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. That's getting buffed to 50%. Whoa, wow. Real buff, man. So that is a 7% damage up versus heavy stunned enemies only. Monsters all around the world lose about 30% armor. And that doesn't help this character that much. Now it does sound like it helps a lot, but thing is, you want armor break on this character, and when you are breaking armor, It's not that meaningful anymore to for them have reduced armor. I guess it will help to a degree. Some bosses had the ability to penetrate armor. They have lost it, so you know all warrior thingies. And thing is, it doesn't add up. So, for example, there was a very popular node called Polymethy, 10% all attributes, nerfed to 7%. There was another that was giving 7% all attributes, reduced to plus 13 flat attributes. Oh, that's very OP. Nice name. I mean, I guess you can come up with some stuff, but still, you know, there was no need to nerf on this level. So, for example, you know, you might have heard of Gemling attribute stacking, right? It's a famous build, powerful build. So, they have a ascendancy node that does double the inherent bonuses from attributes, right? So, strength gives 4 life, intelligence gives 4 mana, and so on, right? Pretty cute. And guess what they did to that node? They left its effect intact, but what they did was now it gives a small penalty of 20% reduce all attributes. Excuse me? 20% reduced all attributes. I'm dying. I haven't died yet. Soon I'm sure. Yeah. Out of personal obstinacy, I'm trying to hit level 90. Yeah, they have tried to make something out of this character, but I don't think it's gonna add up. Even the relics in Trial of the Sekimas got nerfed here. My unique collection is picking up. Yamsi, you here? I don't want to talk into thin air. That's how the stream is these days, sadly. They have also reduced the amount of mana that can roll on a lot of items. So, you know, boots, rings, etc. can roll. Are you talking about the live stream? There are 0 people on YouTube on the live stream now. If you are talking about the channel receiving stuff, well, I mean, it was going nice up until some point, but yeah, now as a Bashar Josh Classic, I have started losing subscribers. I don't know how that happens, but I have been uploading pretty consistently, and I think, you know, useful stuff, but yeah. We were at 796 at some point, and I was getting excited for 800. Now we are 793 or so. Okay. Every once and then, I mean, I get like 2 or 3 and then they go. Right now I have 2 on Twitch and 0 on YouTube. Wow, it's working properly? How dare it? The build is working as intended. This hammer skill is getting changed. Normally it's on a big cooldown. Tomorrow it will not have a cooldown, but it will be used with a resource called Glory, and you will be able to obtain Glory by heavy stunning enemies. I guess it's supposed to change. I hate how minions can walk away from the rare, and they can give you a ton of grief. You know, when they have revived minions, you can't see the rare, but the minions are on you. They keep reviving. Pretty annoying. You know, and they have bragged about how they were, you know, making tablets better. You know, we will have thrice as fewer towers, but we can have 3 slots to place tablets in towers, tower maps receiving bosses, and tablets being like doubly efficient. So that tablets being doubly efficient as a base, and also depending on the map tier that you used in the tower, they will be also more efficient, you know, which led me to believe that we were actually going to get an easier time. Nope, they nerfed the tablets. What's the point of it, dumbass? And you know that there is something that triggered me on the patch notes. They said that quantity on tablets will now be able to roll 3 to 7%, down from 3 to 8%. It's not 3 to 8%, it's 10 to 20%. You know, I got so triggered by that. Why would you say it's being nerfed from 3 to 7% from 3 to 8%? It's 10 to 20. I'm guessing they were referring to some sort of internal patch we never had. So this build is getting numerous buffs, but I don't think they add up. This character rather. Boss damage is terrible. It takes a very long time to kill the bosses. And you know, that feels weird to me because I can kill the rares with a single prime bone shatter at times. Sometimes not, but you know, after that, you know, it only takes a few swings to kill them. But you know, bosses, minutes and minutes of fighting. Take a look at this, for example. One Hammer of the Gods, kill. And the boss takes more than 20 or so, and you know, it has a huge cooldown. Blah blah. I mean, the mobility is nice, the combo is nice, but exploding the whole screen is pretty good. So now I'm a little bit of at a loss on what to play. See, I can kill the rays in a pretty, well, relative normal amount of time. But the boss, I guess this character should be played with a different skill. Bone Shatter, I guess, doesn't do it. I know when it works like this, it's nice, right? But the problem is sometimes you have too much damage, you are not able to prime the heavy stun with the leap slam. Sometimes you have too little damage, you have to do it again. There is always something that messes it up. It's annoying. I mean, this map is an exception, right? It went well. Shall I try to show you? Don't move out of the hammer, please. The ignite does too little damage. I mean, Perfect Strike also does too little damage. As you can see, I mean, he is dealing physical damage, so he can do nothing to us. But the problem is I can also do nothing to him. And this is with fully broken armor. I mean, terrible doesn't begin to describe it, I guess. And I just wanted to show you. At this point, I have just given up. You know, I clear up to the boss and then I bring the auto bomber in. Against the Darkness have been nerfed insanely. No more 1% life, no more 1% mana. They have just been removed and replaced with garbage flat stats. Percentage attributes have been reduced by 1%. So the best against the Darkness have been doubly nerfed, because the best against the Darkness, well, the most expensive against the Darkness is percentage intelligence, 4% intelligence, and 1% max mana. Now it can be 3% intelligence and 8 mana. Now no percentage. Should I try that map? Savannah. Ooh, no thanks. Stun threshold. What's going on? So the stun threshold is too much for us. We are not able to do the combo. I thought it would help us to do it on the smaller ones at the very least. That's not the case. Need 2 leaps. Frame skips are helping. This is most unenjoyable as usual. Oh. What's this pain? Okay. Not gonna bother myself. So I'm guessing the delirium rewards I have been accruing back to waste. Yeah, I guess. Because they're dying. Back. The fine tuning for the stun threshold is, yeah, pretty problematic, guys. I mean, if the map has stun threshold, you are in trouble, and if it doesn't, the small ones, they will just take too much damage from it, and they will not be stun prime. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, the reward continues, really? The delirium reward continues where we left it off. Because seeing this character always makes me question, why the hell are we playing that crap, eh? But of course, this is saying it's goodbye. So guys, not only obtaining a temporalist would be nigh impossible, and the temporalist will not have enough cooldown reduction for this build. On top of that, the interaction that makes this build work which is Trample Toe and Frost Walls, that also is getting removed, right? So I don't know how far you can corrupt Temporalis, but maybe high levels of Blink and corrupted Temporalis might be able to get something rolling. Pillar of the Cage God, which I haven't mentioned, has been nerfed by 100%. Casual nerf. Hand of Wisdom and Action has been nerfed by close to 100%, and above 100% actually. Now when I say close to 100%, please don't think 80% or so, right? I'm meaning like 110, 120%. I mean, this build, right? I'm not objective, right? This build is broken and it should have been fixed, but missing every single viable build in season 1 or season 0 rather, from multiple fronts. That's the problem. So for example, when in a card game, DMC, something is overperforming, right? Depending on the measure of the overperformance, you generally work on 1 or 2 key cards, or maybe solid cards, and then the deck goes out of commission, or it falls in line with where you want, right? I mean, 4 or 5 different stuff is way too much. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be, all the stats get doubled. 10 intelligence, 10 strength, and 10 dexterity, I think. Rarity is getting nerfed, as I said. I mean, we don't have a lot. Oh, I think that's a valuable corruption. I don't think I should sell it. Because guys, this item is discontinued by tomorrow. And 12% weapon damage. I was just going to complain how I didn't get anything. I did get something. I did get 12% weapon damage. And that's a valuable corruption. Yeah, I'm gonna put it up for 10 divine or so. This goes bye-bye tomorrow. DMC also, all of the life-based shield providing legendaries, uniques, all of them have been nerfed. Atziri, Everlasting Gaze, and Ghost Ride in the neighborhood of 50% or more. So Atziri was 20 to 30%, and now it's gonna be 10 to 15%, I think. Ghostwrite was 50%, now it's 25. Woodland. There is an interesting nerf. So you know the most valuable soul core of Azkapa, 15 spirit on weapons and 10 rarity on armor, right? Now it's gonna give gold find on armor. What the heck? Instead of 10 rarity, even Trial of the Sekima's relics got nerfed. You know, it's insane. See ya. See ya. Can I handle that? There is a lot going on there. Will I be able to handle it? It's definitely better than what I was expecting. No chance. I don't hate the build too much when, yeah, we can do this. But you know, when we fail and fail and fail to inflict the right amount of, and you can undershoot and overshoot it both at once. Yeah, it's somewhat tiresome. And there are these sweet maps in which sometimes you can get the stuff to work like this, then it's not bad. Okay. I don't believe that XP per hour. It actually goes much longer. We have been live over 4 hours. Oh, we actually gained some levels, right? We started from 85, I think. I'm not sure. Bang. Two bosses. Yeah, I think our final approach is the best. Don't bother with the bossing. Just bring someone else to do the boss. Okay. Don't. Well, that was an extremely annoying move again. I keep saying that, but it is. There were a million explosions. I was running out and they pushed me back. I was knocked back by the guy's charge. Jeez. Thankfully we were able to survive it. And so. Got 3 wands, eh? %47%. Still 18 million good XP left. Okay. Guess I just shouldn't waste time. must have unlocked. I'm almost certain that I unlocked that checkpoint. They are not shared between characters. That's a lot of loot. Got so many maps. Heritage Environmental Effect Guild. 95% off. Okay. 27% XP again. We got a lot of wands. But they still sell, I'm curious. That can be pretty nasty for us for sure. Can we handle that? Okay, that's a good sign. Oh, but the damage is very hard. Yeah, I mean, there's two different instances of added damage, and the problem is one of them is added damage. It's not added chaos or lightning or anything. So I'm not very sure about it. It could be physical. It doesn't say anything. So if it's physical, we still have our armor for it. But if it's not physical, that's gonna mean 30% damage. Because guys, when it says monsters gain 40% damage, 40% damage as physical damage or fire damage rather, our resistance mitigates that, right? I'm not very sure about what happens when it says, just 40% damage, and they also get amplified. Let me show you. Take a look at this. 66% damage. They crit much more often, and then they deal 65% extra fire. That's why they are cutting us to us like paper. And maybe I should not have entered this map. Oh my god. Yeah guys, that was the lame but safe way. I mean, the guy hit me for half of my life. They have all that extra damage and they crit more frequently as well, so yeah, I have to be on my toes, and I shouldn't have entered a map like this. So guys, our Atlas passives make these maps hugely problematic, right? Because they amplified all of the explicits. And finally they just become too much. I mean, two different instances of 60% something damage. Yeah. Those crits are not handleable at all. Hit me for like 70% or so of my HP. There's two instances of added damage and additional crits on top. Just when I'm trying to level, yeah, it was a bad call. I got tempted by the 27% bonus XP, I guess. And that has also amplified, right? That's why we are doing this. But not that much, right? 32% only. But if I had a XP map in here, then yeah, it would have been very hard. Because XP would be one of the explicits of the map, and that would be amplified as well. And that's why we are doing this. Was on my toes this entire run, this entire map. And the thing is, it doesn't give that much more XP, so it's not worth it at all, right? Because it's very risky, right? I could have died multiple times by now. I feel like I should not be doing that breach. that feels like that's gonna kill me. We are gonna bring the big boss for the boss anyway, so, and we are saying our farewells to my beautiful auto bomber. I don't think there will be anything like it again. I mean, I'm sure there will be powerful builds out there, but this one was on another level. Yeah, I definitely asked for it. Okay, that was the last trade. Yeah, a bit lame, but all of the characters I leveled, guys, I never had to do this. I mean, they were able to take care of map bosses. I mean, this one also is, but it's just very, very slow and kinda not worth it. And because it has been the most toxic leveling experience, guys, I don't want to risk the death. Like, because this map was already mighty dangerous. Divine, okay, I couldn't get the Divine. And that is the 500 Divine. It did work very slow, but it did. I was very surprised to have sold that 2-socket Kitoko for 1 Divine. You know, I haven't picked it up the entire season or something like that. Oh, so many hands. What a build this was, guys. I shall remember it fondly. It was a bit of a cheat, but so magnificent. When I spent so many minutes on that boss, and this guy kills it insta. And I don't think we will get its like, as I said, there will be surely broken builds, but this is on a different level, right? I mean, skill bar empty, you just blink, 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 everything dies. Hello. Bye. Hello. Bye. So many maps. Whoa. So guys, this tier will not be allowed anymore on boots. 166 mana. Is that rarity a prefix? It's a suffix actually. Okay, that's good. I guess we could try. Okay, that's terrible. 500 divine. Got there. Wasn't expecting, but yeah, pretty nice. Okay. Sadly. Shall I keep it just for the sake of that mana? Probably not, right? Okay. I mean, it's too many bad modifiers, right? Okay. %32 XP gain. Wow. Let's do this first. So many essences. They have increased stun threshold. That can be on farm very quickly, about 32% XP is nice. So we have 58 million XP to go. Okay, this is the map that I like. Tempered Myths, Nocturnal Keres, I think. closer. And let's just keep it up. Keep up the grind. No chance. Why was I not able to click on that car? I guess because I sucked. Oh. Whoopa. Oh. I guess we do the strong boxes as well, considering this is a 32% use XP map. Now let's try to get a little bit more XP. As I said, this is a 32% XP map. We want to get our level 90. Let's skedaddle. So it's not like, you know, a ritual map in which we are just looking for map completion or anything. Oh, we also have a breach. I forgot about that. I guess we can try that breach. We were able to finish the map so early, guys. We finished the map ages ago. But the kills keep on coming. Okay. Okay. not the best breach. But gain some XP. Gain some XP, I mean, he didn't die. Yeah. Might quite squeeze this map. So this build is supposedly supposed to be somewhat better by tomorrow. That modifier counters me pretty hard. This one gets amplified to hell, and we will have no life recovery mechanics. Well, okay, could try, I guess. I'll try 200 exalted. No. No. Cooldown recovery rate will be somewhat annoying, but not the end of the world. Okay. Monster life. Yeah, that could be a problem. They have increased on build-up. I mean, we need like 5 more maps without dying. Somewhere along the lines of. You have so many corrupted maps. Oh, I can't charge as frequently. Yes, that is correct. Oh. And this is going acceptable. All right. Hello. Pretty nasty cooldowns. But because we do not heavily rely on them, right? I mean, cuts our mobility a little bit. If we don't waste the hammer, we will most of the time have it ready for the next layer. Well, it's actually, somewhat off. Oh, huge cooldown. We must have made some headway in XP. This was a decent map. And also 32% bonus XP. Good. That's the boss. Not gonna bother. It's mostly physical boss, so we can handle it, but as I said, guys, I don't like the amount of time it takes. And this leveling experience was by no means optimal. I'd rather not extend it. I mean, I don't expect any deaths, but that bell fella goes in rage and can deal nasty damage at times. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was a little bit too close for comfort. How did that happen? Anyway, we made that a line. I guess there was a poison cloud or something. One. Gee. Wow. That longer cooldown, eh? Okay. Let me see if there is some XP to be earned here. Should be a little bit at the very least. Okay. Wow, it was a little bit. I wonder how amplified was that 50% cooldown thingy. 83%, yeah. That was pretty nasty. Okay. So this was a lot of XP. So we need like 2 maps like these. Or probably the worst case scenario would be 3. Yeah, it deletes your checkpoints, I think, when you change characters. Oh, I am being slowed down by the map. Yeah, there's that, I guess. Okay. Where was it? Now we will be somewhat annoyed by the infinite damage stuff. Now it's gonna be a little bit harder to cancel. Okay. This area was definitely larger than normal. It was weird, okay. There we are, sir. Give me the thing, give me the thing, give me the thing. Okay. Almost there. %, falls off. How much is this? 33%. Okay. Okay. Let's see. If we can make it out of this map, guys, we will have one more map, I think. Depends on, of course, the number of monsters that are in spawn and whatnot, but still. Okay, we have a problem with the stun threshold, I'm afraid. That's gonna be a big problem. That doesn't look very good. Those guys are a bit too squishy. So one good thing about the Breach monsters is they are somewhat stronger than the average monster, so we will be able to inflict a stun on them. These are too risky though. I should just be sticking to lower risk maps. Now guys, 1 second, one thing goes wrong and we are toast. There is just no need for that kind of risk. Anyway, made it out by some happy accident. Hey, people from YouTube, how's it going? Say hi if you like. Yeah. Okay, that was good. So yeah, the problem with this build is, guys, you have to inflict the right amount of damage. Too much and you won't be able to, yeah, as you can see, you fail, and too little, then you will fail again. So what you want is, you want to inflict around 40% of their stun threshold in a single leap slap. If you normally stun them, then the heavy stun will be out of the question, because the idea is you prime them for stun and then you do the bone shatter, which will do a huge AoE, and on top of that will inflict the heavy stun, right? As seen here. But a lot of factors are constantly varying, and so for example, monsters have more life, means they have higher stun threshold, which means you will fail at stunning sometimes. They can have increased stun threshold, or you could just be doing too much damage. There is also that, yeah, suffering from success. And this build is receiving, this is the only build that's receiving buffs, I guess. I mean, the warrior ascendancies, both of them. But we have a second, okay. So this is failing, right? We are doing too much damage and not able to stun. So as I was saying, the breach monsters are stronger than your average monsters, so guys, it will work on them most of the time, as you can see. And you can see the prime force stun with a glowing big orb on top of their heads. And this is how it's supposed to work. Not failing every single time. What's going on? How many hands are there? Wow. But overseeing that many conditions is exhausting. Stun threshold, monster life. And also, guys, we are running a buff called Berserk. As you can guess, it amplifies, as you can tell from the name, it amplifies the rage mechanic. The problem is, though, it deals damage to you, right? And it's not a very big amount, so it's not that big a deal. But the problem becomes when you have the players have reduced recovery of life and energy shield. And thing is, with Atlas passives that can be amplified to something very close to 100% or above 100%. And guys, that means life recovery, normal means of life recovery and energy shield recovery are close to, right? You won't be able to regenerate, you won't be able to heal via flask, you won't be able to heal via leech. And imagine, guys, when monsters are hitting you, right? And on top of that, your berserk is hitting you because you are gaining great stacks, but the leech is impotent, right? At best. So you are eventually worn down. So those maps are just not doable. When I had it, right, 102% reduced healing. And the thing is, guys, some characters have some methods of healing that can work. Green Feast, for example, it's not a method of healing, but it's a method of energy shield recovery that works. The Blood Mages, Sanguine Spirits, I don't recall what it's called, but it's very similar to Green Feast. When you kill monsters, there will be some blood globes on the ground. You pick them up and you get healed. That also works, but flasks, leech, and regen does not work. And that's how we heal, right? Flask, regen, and leech. So, and I have tried those maps with turning the berserk off. Still doesn't do it because they are going to hit you every once and then. You can't dodge it, and those are the only methods of healing that are available to us. Let's try this, I guess. Where is the... I guess let's try again. Didn't work. This is the last day to get +5 scepters, guys. +5 minion skill scepters. This is the last day. Probably not worth it. Okay. Okay, that was nice, and we should be leveling up here. 23%. So guys, monster life, let's try it. So this would also make our life hard, because thing is, the higher life they have, the higher stun threshold they will have, and you might be failing again. You'll see. Let's see if I can stun them. Well, prime for stun rather. Okay, works. So guys, the stronger monsters we might fail to prime them, but this time around we will be able to do the weak ones most likely. Whoa! Oh, monster life, eh? Did they die now? Okay. See, we are failing. I'm not able to And on magic monsters, I mean, when the monster quality, monster rarity goes up, the required threshold that you have to reach for priming for heavy stun goes up. That is one of the things that is getting nerfed tomorrow. When I say nerf on the monster side, a buff on our side, but heavy stun is very hard for non-melee, because melee damage and physical damage have additional 50% modifiers for heavy stun, and thing is those are multiplicative, so 225% or 125% bonus if you're doing melee and physical. Okay, I think we are finally getting there. My obstinacy, guys, so unnecessary. Could have left this guy at 85 or so. Finally, friggin' finally. So let's see how much damage we can gain out of this. We gain the jewel slot. Ignite, melee damage, elemental damage. Elemental damage doesn't help the Hammer of the Gods at all. Yeah, brutality socket is in there. Block chance, we don't want block chance anymore, it's capped. Area effect, element damage. Yeah, okay. Global physical, area. Okay, I guess. Okay, so guys, let's take a look at our damage. 23.5k, 23.8k. And what we could do is, we have been waiting for this, we can get additional, oh, I also didn't get a level. Let's cut a jewel for, cut a gem for Mace Strike, I guess. What can we do for Mace Strike? Let's select range. Okay. Okay, now let's take a look at, hopefully the prices will not have gone up. I want to grab well, they have gone from 60 to 70, 80. I guess we can't pay that much. Yeah, they have gone up a little bit. Because the thing is, guys, there is a lot of currency, right? And people have currency. But the thing is, from tomorrow on, skill gems, spirit gems, that kind of stuff will be somewhat rare, because people will not be actively playing and getting the drops on those. So for example, guys, take a look at me, right? I have 500 divines, but I have no level 20 spirit gems. 35 is a bit low. It's a hybrid, so can still hit the thing. Okay, let me see. Oh, again. So how much is this? 600. What about if it's 700? Probably not worth anything still. Oh god, what's going on? It's worth a little bit. Shall I do it? I guess. 7 cold resistance body. You are so generous. Thank you very much. Wow. Whatever shall I do with this? 150? With intelligence. I'll go 40. I mean, so what? So guys, I'm gonna be a cheap ass, obviously, and not buy level 20 spirit gems, right? But I think we can buy hammer and bone shatter level 20. Well, prices went up by a bit. I mean, I bought them for 60 or 65. And now I'm trying to buy them for 100. So we gained about 1.5% damage there. So it's gonna be something about 25k, I think. That's it. And of course, guys, I could just get a 6 socket if I wanted. But this character, we didn't spend 1 divine on it, so I'm trying to stick to it. But why is no one replying? Okay, I'll just... Okay. He's got 1. Shame. Should be around 25k. Yeah, exactly 25. That's a good guess. So yeah, guys, that's as far as we go. Okay, I'll try to get another. Okay. Okay, that's gonna be the hammer. Let's go finish our map. Goal achieved, guys. Even though it was mighty painful. Don't move out of it. "20 hours until patch, guys." 19? Yeah, closer to 19, I think. Yeah, the Gemling will have to wait. That's the only character we haven't fixed. And funnily enough, that's the first character I have finished the campaign on. This guy took a little bit longer than I expected. So what we can do for this guy is, guys, we could get a 6 socket and that's it. Why am I not jumping? What's going on? That was weird. We couldn't leap for a while. This build as it is, I don't think is viable. I mean, it is able to map, as you can see, but the bosses are a huge problem. And guys, I don't think you can just skip bosses all the time, or I don't think you can also afford to do bosses like 5-minute fights or so. Okay. Whoa. That Hammer of the Gods looks so good. They have said that they will be fixing Perfect Strikes targeting. Now, I had so many misses with it. I was getting mad at myself for sucking. And while that might be true, there is also a bit of a problem with the skill, right? You do it right next to the guy and it misses sometimes. So they said they will be fixing that behavior. The build is just too conditional, guys, as it is. Monster life is a problem, monster stun threshold is a problem, reduced recovery of life is a huge problem. Sometimes you deal too much damage, sometimes you deal too little damage. And guys, this was very weird. I played all the way up until level 90 and I have not gotten one, not one. Whoa, what's going on? That was weird. I have not gotten one Divine Orb, guys. Not one. But relatively in the earlier stages of the leveling, I got a Perfect Jeweler's Orb, and those have gone quite up in the value in the last few days. Normally they were down to like one divine orb. Right now they are 4. Well, yesterday they were 4, or maybe 2 days ago. Might be worth a little bit more even. No, it has actually, wow, I sold for 4. That was nice. Mirror has gone down in value quite a bit, as you can see. It was on 2500 or so, and now it's down in 1800s. Yeah. Okay, so we got this. So yeah, 19 hours until patch, guys. Hopefully they will be able to do it right. Thanks for joining in. I'll see you tomorrow. So guys, patch notes have entirely thrown me off. I was planning on taking a risk and doing my simulacrum AFK farmer. Right, I was going to start with an Infernalist. They don't provide the best campaign XP, so I was going to take a risk there, but after reading the patch notes, I think it's impossible. Trench Timbre has lost +1 minion level. Scepters have lost +1 minion level. Minions beyond level 20 altogether have been weakened. The activated skill of Skeleton Frost Mages has its cooldown increased by 33%. Yeah, the Infernal Hound does not take 20% of the damage that we take anymore. I think it's too much, right? And on top of that, add the new season, right? Items won't be flying in the air. They will be hard to find, and yeah, so I think that will, I guess it will be possible to do it still, but it will be much harder. Yeah. I mean, for example, if you would recall, with the build, we were not getting anything for the survival of our minions, and when they said they nerfed it, I'm guessing they will, so that will be a few points wasted because I was just going for offense for that stuff. Yeah. And there is also a low-key patch note that they have dedicated just one sentence to, guys. Let me read it to you. As if it's not too much, right? And knowing these people, it's a lot. Let me find it. Skill changes. First bullet. Many skills have had their base damage and/or damage growth per level rebalanced. What's that? You know what that means? That means nerfed to hell. Most of these changes are not specifically mentioned below, as the changes are too widespread. So guys, that means every single skill that was used in Season 1 was nerfed. Maybe, Bone Shatter will be buffed, but yeah. And, I think they should let us know at the very least. I think, they should have an extensive patch note, maybe, in which they detail what has been buffed and what has been nerfed. I think they are a little bit, trying to dodge the community backlash, because this kind of nerf is just way too much, right? This kind of nerf, this level of nerf is meant for a PvP game, right? I mean, for example, guys, you play StarCraft, you will play against another player, right? And if something is too good, it has to be nerfed, so not everyone plays that, and the viewing pleasure of the game remains on an acceptable level, right? But this is just PvE, right? Path of Exile. And I'm not saying there should be no nerfs, right? I mean, the auto bomber was way too good, should be nerfed, right? And they have removed that build, and now I'm okay with that, right? It's fair. The build was extremely strong, but every single build that was good was nerfed with like 4 or 5 different angles, right? And this is not taking into account that sentence that I just read to you, right? I'm guessing Spark has its damage reduced, right? Out of skills, have had their damage reduced. For example, guys, the attributes taker jamming, right? Okay, it was too powerful, but guys, let me just show it to you. The only character I have not done, as I said, is this one. Guys, this skill, right, is gonna get a whopping 20% reduced all attributes. That's insane. 20, and it doesn't end there, right? This one that gives you 10% gets nerfed to 7%, right? There is a passive called spaghettification that gives 7% all attributes. Now it's 13 flat, right? All around, right? So many different nerfs to the same build, right? Yeah. Spark, same thing, right? Archmage has been nerfed. All of the percentage mana things have been nerfed. Mana rolls all across the gear have been reduced. So for example, guys, boots, rings, gloves, they will all be able to roll mana from 1 tier lower. So for example, guys, you could have 187 or something mana rings, right? That is without the quality. Now you can roll something like 170, right? It all gets limited. That should be the, yes. It's so sad that, guys, we get good numbers, relatively good numbers, when I'm quite done in. We have been live for almost 6 hours now. Yeah, we got the warrior done. The jamming remains, but there is no point in trying to fix him. He is gonna get nerfed to hell tomorrow. And so, guys, so the ascendancy skills get nerfed. The passive tree gets nerfed, right? The character gets nerfed. The skills get nerfed, and on top of that, the items that they use get nerfed, and that's too much. You are making the thing absolutely unplayable. So, guys, they are using Pillar of the Cage God, right? Where is it? Uniques, Quarterstaff. Okay, so guys, this is going to become nerfed by about 100%. Every single attribute requirement goes double. 2% area per 10 intelligence, 2% attack speed per 10 intelligence, 10% weapon damage per 5 strength, 10 strength, something like that. And on top of that, it doesn't end there. Hand of Wisdom and Action also gets nerfed. Right? They did the weirdest nerf on an Astra Mantis, which I couldn't comprehend. Instead of rolling 80 to 100 attributes now, it rolls 50 to 100. And thing is, guys, because it's a very valuable item, you can just divine it. I mean, they are just going to make people send a few more divines. I mean, if they reduced the range, I would have understood that, but yeah. So crossbows are getting their damage buff. I mean, you can just refer to my video, but there are so few buffs and so many nerfs. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe Hunters will be good. So all of a sudden, I'm a little bit, confused to what to play, right? As I said, I was planning on going for my AFK Miracle Farmer, but now I'm a little bit, I'm doubting if it will work ever. Because, you know, +2 skill levels go away, right? Minions get weaker. I have talked about it. We'll see. Yeah, let's start and we'll see. Thanks for joining, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.